Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Sacred Waters of the Wizarding World. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated the use of enchanted waterways, long before the International Confederation of Wizards established protocols for magical aquatic territories, the wizarding world understood something profound about the nature of water itself. In the gentle rhythm of flowing streams and the mirror-like stillness of ancient lakes, magic found one of its most natural and enduring homes. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a pristine mountain lake in the Scottish Highlands, where the morning mist rises like ghostly fingers from waters so clear you can see straight to the rocky bottom dozens of feet below. The air carries the crisp scent of pine and heather, while somewhere in the distance, a loon's haunting call echoes across the water's surface. This is not merely a beautiful natural scene. This is a glimpse into one of the wizarding world's most fundamental sources of power and wisdom. Water, in all its forms, has served as both conduit and repository for magical energy since the earliest days of wizarding civilization. From the sacred springs that Celtic druids once tended with reverent care to the elaborate fountain systems that grace the Ministry of Magic's atrium, water has woven itself into the very fabric of magical society. Its importance extends far beyond the practical needs of daily life, reaching into the deepest mysteries of spellcraft, divination, and the preservation of magical knowledge itself. Consider the unique properties that make water such an ideal medium for magical energy. Unlike the solid earth or the ephemeral air, water exists in a state of constant, gentle motion. Even when appearing perfectly still, water molecules dance with invisible energy, creating a natural resonance that amplifies and sustains magical forces. This perpetual movement allows water to carry enchantments across vast distances, to store magical intentions for extended periods, and to serve as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms that wizards so often navigate. The ancient wizards who first settled in Britain discovered this truth in the clear streams that tumbled down from mountain peaks, and in the deep, dark lakes that reflected starlight like captured fragments of the night sky. They learned that certain bodies of water held particularly strong magical properties, springs that bubbled up from deep underground sources, lakes fed by multiple streams that created complex patterns of magical current, and rivers that had flowed along the same paths for thousands of years, accumulating layer upon layer of magical resonance. These early magical communities built their settlements with careful attention to nearby water sources, understanding that proximity to magically active waters would enhance their spell work, improve their potion brewing, and provide natural protection against dark forces. The very location of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry exemplifies this ancient wisdom, positioned as it is beside the mysterious Black Lake, whose depths harbor merpeople, giant squid, and magical currents that have protected the castle for over 1,000 years. As you settle deeper into contemplation of these magical waters, picture the great rivers of Europe, carrying more than just water from mountain to sea. The Thames, flowing through the heart of magical London, bears enchantments placed by generations of ministry workers, protective charms that help conceal the wizarding world from Muggle eyes, and ancient blessings that ensure the river remains a source of magical strength for the British wizarding community. Similarly, rivers across the continent serve as invisible highways for magical energy, connecting distant wizarding settlements and allowing for the swift transmission of urgent magical messages. The relationship between wizards and water extends beyond mere utility into the realm of the sacred and symbolic. Water's ability to reflect images has made it an essential tool for divination, while its capacity for both gentle nurturing and destructive power mirrors the dual nature of magic itself. In the wizarding world, water ceremonies mark important transitions from the ancient practice of scrying in sacred pools to the more recent tradition of using enchanted fountains for making wishes that carry real magical weight. Throughout the British Isles and beyond, certain lakes and rivers have achieved legendary status within wizarding lore. These are waters that have witnessed great magical events, that have served as the final resting places for powerful magical artifacts, or that continue to demonstrate unusual properties that even experienced magical naturalists struggle to fully understand. Some lakes are said to change color with the phases of the moon, others to sing with voices that only those gifted in divination can properly interpret. The magical properties of water also manifest in more subtle but equally important ways. The quality of water used in potion brewing can dramatically affect the final result, with water from certain sources being particularly prized for specific types of magical work. Healing potions often require water drawn from springs known for their restorative properties, while protective charms gain extra strength when cast near flowing rivers that carry away negative energies. In the quiet hours before dawn, when mist rises from still waters and the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds grows thin, sensitive wizards report being able to perceive the magical auras that surround significant bodies of water. These ethereal emanations appear as soft glows of silver and blue, pulsing gently with the rhythm of deep magical currents that flow beneath the visible surface. Such moments of perception remind us that water serves not just as a tool for magic, but as a living connection to the fundamental forces that make magic possible. The preservation and protection of magical waterways has become an increasingly important concern in the modern wizarding world. As Muggle industrial activity has affected water quality and natural flow patterns, magical communities have had to develop new methods for maintaining the magical integrity of their sacred waters. Specialized branches of magical governments now monitor water quality, not just for chemical pollutants, but for the subtler forms of contamination that can disrupt magical currents and diminish the effectiveness of water-based enchantments. This ongoing stewardship reflects a deeper understanding that magical waters are not merely resources to be used, but living systems that require care and respect. The greatest magical naturalists have always emphasized that working with water magic means entering into a partnership with forces far older and more fundamental than human wizardry. Success in water magic comes not from dominating these ancient powers, but from learning to harmonize with the natural rhythms and currents that have shaped the magical landscape for millennia. As moonlight filters through your window and the gentle sound of distant water soothes your spirit, consider the vast network of magical waters that connects every corner of the wizarding world. From the smallest enchanted stream to the grandest magical lake, these waters carry stories, preserve memories, and continue to offer their gifts to those wise enough to approach them with proper reverence and understanding. As you prepare to drift into peaceful sleep, surrounded by the comforting knowledge of these ancient magical waters, reflect on this question. If you could sit beside any magical body of water in the wizarding world and listen to the stories it might tell, which would you choose? And what secrets do you imagine those waters have preserved through countless years of magical history? Chapter 2. The Black Lake of Hogwarts. In the heart of the Scottish Highlands, where ancient magic runs as deep as the mountain roots themselves, lies a body of water so steeped in mystery and enchantment that it has become legendary even among the magical community. Tonight, let us descend into the depths of Hogwarts' Black Lake, where shadows dance with starlight and creatures of wonder make their homes in waters that have witnessed 1,000 years of magical history. Picture yourself walking along the familiar path that winds down from Hogwarts Castle toward the lake's shore, your footsteps muffled by centuries of fallen leaves that carpet the forest floor. The great expanse of dark water stretches before you, its surface reflecting the towers and turrets of the castle like a perfect mirror, made of liquid obsidian. Even in daylight, the lake earns its name. The water appears almost black, not from any sinister quality, but from the incredible depth that swallows light and holds secrets in its shadowy embrace. The Black Lake extends far beyond what the eye can perceive from the castle grounds, reaching deep into underwater caverns and grottos that have never felt the touch of sunlight. Magical naturalists estimate the lake's deepest points to be several hundred feet below the surface, creating a vast underwater realm that rivals the castle above in both size and complexity. The water itself maintains a consistent temperature year-round, warmed by magical currents that flow through underground channels connecting the lake to other mystical water sources throughout Scotland. As you stand at the water's edge, imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the rocky shore, each ripple carrying with it the whispers of ancient magic. The lake's waters possess remarkable clarity despite their dark appearance, a quality that has made them invaluable for both practical and magical purposes throughout Hogwarts' long history. Generations of potions masters have drawn water from specific areas of the lake for their most delicate brews, knowing that the magical properties infused in these depths can enhance the effectiveness of complex elixirs and healing draughts. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface lies one of the wizarding world's most remarkable communities, the merpeople village that has flourished in the lake's depths for longer than Hogwarts itself has stood. These aquatic beings, with their silvery tails and flowing hair that moves like underwater silk, have created a civilization that exists in perfect harmony with the magical currents that flow through their domain. Their dwellings, carved from the natural rock formations on the lake floor, glow with a soft, phosphorescent light that creates an ethereal underwater constellation visible only to those brave enough to venture into the depths. The merpeople of the Black Lake are known for their fierce independence and their role as guardians of the lake's many treasures. During the Triwizard Tournament's second task, these proud beings demonstrated their commitment to honor and fairness, carefully protecting the hostages placed in their care, while ensuring that the ancient rules of magical competition were properly observed. Their deep, haunting songs echo through the water at specific times of the year, creating melodies that seem to resonate with the very stones of Hogwarts Castle itself. Swimming alongside the merpeople, though maintaining a respectful distance, is perhaps the lake's most famous resident, the giant squid, whose massive tentacles occasionally break the surface on calm days. This gentle giant, despite its imposing size, has become something of a beloved guardian spirit for Hogwarts students. Countless tales speak of the squid's protective nature, from rescuing students who have fallen into the water, to playfully interacting with those brave enough to approach the lake's edge. The creature's intelligence appears to rival that of many magical beings, and some Hogwarts professors have speculated that it possesses an understanding of human language and emotion, far beyond what might be expected from even the most remarkable cephalopod. The lake's magical properties extend far beyond its remarkable inhabitants. The water itself acts as a natural amplifier for certain types of magic, particularly protective enchantments and divination spells. Ancient wards woven into the very fabric of the lake's magical essence help shield Hogwarts from unwanted intrusion, creating invisible barriers that confuse and redirect those who might approach the castle with ill intent. These protective magics are so deeply integrated with the lake's natural properties that they have become self-sustaining, drawing power from the constant movement of water and the life force of the creatures that call the lake home. Throughout the changing seasons, the Black Lake reveals different aspects of its magical nature. In spring, when snowmelt from the surrounding mountains feeds fresh streams into the lake, the water takes on an almost luminescent quality during the early morning hours. Students have reported seeing strange lights dancing beneath the surface during these times, not the phosphorescence of the merpeople village, but something wilder and more elemental, as if the lake itself is celebrating the renewal of life that comes with the changing season. Summer brings its own magic to the lake, as the warm air creates gentle mists that rise from the water's surface just before dawn. These vapors carry with them traces of the lake's magical essence, and sensitive individuals often report experiencing vivid dreams or prophetic visions after breathing the enchanted mist. The combination of warm air and magically charged water creates ideal conditions for water scrying, and many divination students have achieved their best results when practicing their art near the lake during the summer months. When autumn arrives, the lake's waters seem to grow deeper and more mysterious, reflecting not just the changing colors of the surrounding forest, but somehow capturing the very essence of transformation that defines the season. It is during these months that the merpeople are most active, their songs carrying further through the crisp air, and their underwater lights creating spectacular displays that can sometimes be glimpsed from the castle windows. The magical creatures that make their homes in and around the lake seem to sense the approaching winter, and their behavior becomes more mystical and otherworldly. Winter transforms the Black Lake into something truly magical, as ice forms along the shallow edges, while the deeper waters remain unfrozen thanks to the magical currents that flow beneath. The contrast between the crystalline ice formations and the dark, moving water creates a landscape of breathtaking beauty. During the coldest months, when snow blankets the surrounding grounds, students sometimes report seeing figures moving beneath the ice, not the familiar forms of the merpeople, but shapes that seem to be made of the water itself, dancing in the space between liquid and solid states. The lake's role in Hogwarts' protective systems cannot be overstated. The ancient magics that Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin wove into the very foundations of their school extend deep into the lake's waters, creating a network of defensive enchantments that has protected the castle through countless threats over the centuries. These protective spells draw their power from the constant flow and movement of the lake, creating a renewable source of magical energy that grows stronger rather than weaker with the passage of time. Students who have had the privilege of studying the lake's magical properties report that the water seems to respond to the emotional state of the castle's inhabitants. During times of great stress or danger, the lake's surface becomes more active, with unusual wave patterns and increased activity from its magical residents. Conversely, during peaceful periods, the water takes on an almost glass-like quality that perfectly reflects not just the physical appearance of the castle, but somehow captures the sense of harmony and learning that defines Hogwarts at its best. The Black Lake serves as more than just a beautiful feature of the Hogwarts landscape. It is an integral part of the school's magical ecosystem, a living entity that has grown and evolved alongside the castle itself. Its waters have witnessed the triumphs and struggles of countless generations of witches and wizards, absorbing their hopes, fears, and dreams into its depths, where they become part of the lake's own magical essence. As you imagine the gentle movement of these ancient waters in the moonlight, their surface disturbed only by the occasional leap of a magical fish or the graceful dive of a water bird, consider this question: what do you think the Black Lake remembers most clearly from its 1,000 years of watching over Hogwarts? And what wisdom might it share with those patient enough to listen to its whispered secrets? Chapter 3. The River Thames and London's Hidden Magical Currents. Through the beating heart of London flows a river that carries far more than water from the English countryside to the North Sea. Tonight, we follow the Thames on its ancient journey through the capital, discovering how this great waterway serves as the invisible backbone of magical Britain, carrying enchantments and protecting secrets that have shaped the wizarding world for over 2 millennia. Imagine yourself standing on the embankment in the quiet hours before dawn, when the city sleeps and the Thames flows with gentle purpose beneath the historic bridges that span its width. The water appears unremarkable to Muggle eyes, a broad, brown river reflecting the lights of London's skyline. But for those with magical sight, the Thames reveals itself as something far more extraordinary. A vast network of mystical currents that pulse with the accumulated magic of countless generations of witches and wizards who have called London home. The magical properties of the Thames trace back to the earliest Celtic settlements along its banks, when Druids recognized the river's unusual capacity for storing and channeling magical energy. These ancient practitioners discovered that the Thames possessed a unique geological foundation, a bed of stones and sediments that had been charged with magical properties by centuries of ritual and spell work. As water flowed over these enchanted materials, it absorbed their mystical qualities, creating a natural conduit for magical forces that would prove invaluable to the wizarding communities that followed. When Roman wizards arrived in Londinium, they immediately recognized the Thames' magical potential and began the systematic enhancement of its mystical properties. Working in careful coordination with their Muggle counterparts, who were building the city's physical infrastructure, these Roman magical engineers created a series of hidden magical focal points along the river's course. These ancient installations, invisible to non-magical eyes, still function today, continuing to regulate the flow of magical energy through London's wizarding districts. As you walk along the river's edge, picture the intricate network of magical currents that flow beneath the surface, invisible streams of power that connect every major wizarding location in London. The Ministry of Magic, positioned strategically in the heart of the city, draws much of its operational energy from these Thames-based magical currents. The great red telephone box that serves as the visitor's entrance to the ministry is positioned with mathematical precision to align with one of the river's strongest magical confluences, ensuring that the complex transportation and concealment charms surrounding the ministry's headquarters receive constant reinforcement from the Thames' mystical flow. The river's magical properties extend beyond mere energy transmission to serve crucial protective functions for London's wizarding community. Ancient wards, originally established by medieval wizard architects and continuously updated by each generation of magical security specialists, used the Thames as their primary anchoring point. These protective enchantments flow with the river's current, creating a dynamic defense system that adapts and strengthens itself as it moves through the city. The circular flow of tidal water that twice daily carries Thames water inland and then back to sea creates a natural cleansing cycle that purges negative magical energies and maintains the spiritual health of London's magical districts. Diagon Alley, though hidden behind the leaky cauldron and separated from Muggle London by powerful concealment charms, maintains a mystical connection to the Thames through underground magical channels that were engineered centuries ago. These hidden waterways, flowing far beneath London's streets, carry Thames water infused with protective enchantments directly to the heart of wizarding London's commercial district. The magical shops and businesses of Diagon Alley draw upon this enhanced water for everything from potion brewing to the maintenance of complex magical equipment. The section of the Thames that flows past the Houses of Parliament holds particular significance in the magical world, as this stretch of river has absorbed centuries of political magical energy from both wizarding and Muggle governments. The invisible connections between the Ministry of Magic and the seat of Muggle government create complex patterns of magical current in this area, requiring constant monitoring by specialized Department of Mysteries operatives who ensure that the two systems of power never interfere destructively with each other. During the darker periods of wizarding history, the Thames has served as both refuge and resistance headquarters for magical communities under threat. The river's complex system of hidden tributaries and magically concealed channels provided escape routes for persecuted witches and wizards, while its natural magical properties helped mask the signatures of protective spells and concealment charms. Underground chambers carved into the Thames banks, accessible only through magical means, sheltered entire families during the most dangerous periods of wizard-Muggle conflict. The magical ecosystem of the Thames extends far beyond its use as a conduit for wizarding infrastructure. The river hosts a remarkable variety of magical aquatic life that has adapted to thrive in the mystically charged waters. Schools of silvery fish that shimmer with their own inner light navigate currents invisible to Muggle marine biologists, while water spirits of ancient Celtic origin continue to tend hidden groves of magical water plants that grow in specially prepared sections of the riverbed. These creatures and their habitats form an essential component of London's magical environment, their life cycles helping to maintain the delicate balance of mystical forces that keeps the city's wizarding districts functioning smoothly. The Thames' role in magical transportation cannot be overlooked, though this aspect of its function remains one of the wizarding world's best-kept secrets. specially trained magical boat operators, working under the authority of the Department of Magical Transportation, maintain a discreet fleet of enchanted vessels that can navigate the river's magical currents at speeds and through routes impossible for conventional watercraft. These boats, invisible to Muggle observation, provide emergency transportation for ministry officials and serve as mobile platforms for river-based magical maintenance operations. Throughout the changing seasons, the Thames reveals different aspects of its magical nature to those who know how to observe them. Spring tides carry fresh magical energy up from the sea, reinvigorating the protective wards and cleansing charms that depend on the river's mystical properties. Summer brings increased activity from the river's magical inhabitants, as water spirits and enchanted aquatic creatures take advantage of the warmer weather to perform their annual renewal rituals. Autumn sees the Thames at its most mystically active, as the river's magical currents align with the seasonal shift in magical energies that affects all of Britain's wizarding communities. Winter transforms the Thames into something approaching the sacred, as the combination of cold air and magically charged water creates atmospheric conditions ideal for large-scale enchantment work. Many of the most important protective charms surrounding London's wizarding districts are renewed during the winter months, when Department of Mysteries specialists can work with maximum effectiveness along the river's banks. The sight of Thames mist carrying traces of magical energy through London's streets has inspired generations of wizarding poets and artists, though few Muggles realize they are witnessing the visible manifestation of some of the most sophisticated magical engineering ever attempted. The Thames also serves as London's magical memory bank, its waters carrying traces of every significant spell, charm, and enchantment that has been cast in the city over the past 2,000 years. Skilled magical historians, working with specialized scrying equipment, can sometimes access these magical memories, recovering lost knowledge about ancient spells or understanding how previous generations of wizards solved complex magical problems. This accumulation of magical memory makes the Thames an invaluable resource for magical research and education, though accessing these ancient memories requires years of training and exceptional sensitivity to mystical currents. Modern challenges facing the Thames magical ecosystem include the increasing complexity of London's Muggle infrastructure, which sometimes interferes with the ancient magical currents that flow beneath the city. Ministry specialists work continuously to adapt and reroute these mystical channels, ensuring that new construction and changing urban patterns don't disrupt the delicate network of magical forces that keeps wizarding London functioning. This ongoing effort represents one of the most sophisticated examples of magical engineering in the modern world, requiring constant innovation and the cooperation of specialists from multiple magical disciplines. The relationship between the Thames and London's magical community exemplifies the deep connections between natural magical forces and human wizarding civilization. The river serves not just as a tool or resource, but as a living partner in the complex dance of magical energies that allows thousands of witches and wizards to live and work in harmony with their Muggle neighbors, hidden in plain sight, yet connected to the mystical currents that have shaped British magic for millennia. As you imagine the Thames flowing quietly through the sleeping city, carrying its invisible cargo of magical energy and ancient memories, consider this question. If you could follow one of the river's hidden magical currents to its ultimate destination, what secret corner of wizarding London would you most hope to discover? And what forgotten magic might still be flowing there, waiting to be rediscovered? Chapter 4. The Magical Springs of Britain. Across the rolling hills and hidden valleys of Britain, countless springs bubble up from the earth's depths, carrying with them the accumulated magic of underground journeys that may have lasted centuries. Tonight, we explore these sacred waters that have served as sources of healing, wisdom, and magical power since the earliest days of British wizardry, when Celtic druids first recognized the extraordinary properties hidden within these seemingly simple natural fountains. Picture yourself walking through a secluded glen in the Welsh countryside, where ancient oak trees form a natural cathedral around a small clearing. In the center of this sacred space, crystal clear water emerges from a moss-covered stone formation, creating a gentle pool that reflects the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The sound of bubbling water mingles with the whisper of wind through leaves, creating a natural symphony that seems to resonate with magical energies older than recorded history. These magical springs represent some of Britain's most ancient sources of mystical power, their waters having traveled through deep underground channels that pass through layers of magically charged rock and mineral deposits. As rainwater seeps into the earth and begins its slow journey through these subterranean passages, it gradually absorbs the magical properties of the stones and crystals it encounters, emerging years or even decades later, as water imbued with specific healing and magical qualities that vary dramatically from spring to spring. The Celtic Druids who first settled in Britain possessed an intuitive understanding of these spring waters and their properties. They mapped extensive networks of magical springs throughout the British Isles, creating detailed oral traditions that passed knowledge of each spring's unique characteristics from one generation to the next. These ancient magical practitioners established the first formal rituals for blessing and protecting spring waters, ceremonies that ensured the sources would remain pure and potent for future generations of magical practitioners. Many of Britain's most renowned magical springs trace their special properties to the presence of underground magical minerals that exist nowhere else in the world. Springs that emerge from areas rich in moon-silver deposits, for example, produce water that enhances divination abilities and strengthens protective charms cast during nighttime hours. Water from springs that have passed through veins of earth gold becomes particularly valuable for brewing potions related to healing and longevity, while springs influenced by deposits of deep iron create water that strengthens combat magic and protective enchantments. The healing properties of British magical springs have been recognized and utilized by generations of magical healers, from ancient Celtic wise women to modern St. Mungo's specialists, who continue to study and catalog the therapeutic applications of different spring waters. The most potent healing springs are often found in remote locations, protected by ancient wards that ensure only those with genuine need and proper knowledge can access their benefits. These springs typically produce water that addresses specific magical ailments. Some excel at healing curse damage, others at restoring magical energy depleted by overuse of complex spells. In the rolling hills of Devon, a spring known to magical naturalists as Merlin's Wellspring has provided water prized by potion masters for over 1,000 years. The spring's water, which emerges from granite formations shot through with veins of pure quartz, possesses remarkable clarifying properties that enhance the effectiveness of truth serums and reveal hidden magical properties in other substances. The water from this spring maintains its magical potency for exactly 7 days after collection, making it a valuable but carefully managed resource for magical researchers and law enforcement officials. The forest of Dean harbors several springs whose waters demonstrate unusual seasonal variations in their magical properties. During spring months, when new growth awakens throughout the forest, these springs produce water that accelerates plant growth and enhances the effectiveness of herbological magic. Summer transforms the same springs into sources of water that strengthens charm work and illumination spells, while autumn brings forth water particularly suited to preservation magic and protective enchantments. Winter's influence creates water that enhances divination abilities and strengthens connections to ancestral magical knowledge. Scotland's Highland regions contain some of Britain's most mysterious and powerful magical springs, many of which remain hidden in locations known only to a few trusted magical families who have served as their guardians for generations. These springs often demonstrate properties that seem to violate conventional understanding of magical theory: water that flows uphill. Springs that produce different types of water depending on the magical background of the person drawing from them, and sources that appear and disappear according to astronomical cycles known only to the most advanced practitioners of celestial magic. The relationship between magical springs and the broader ecosystem of British magic extends far beyond their immediate practical applications. Many springs serve as focal points for local magical energy, creating zones of enhanced mystical activity that benefit all forms of magical practice within their influence. Magical creatures are naturally drawn to these areas, with unicorns showing particular affinity for springs whose waters possess purifying properties, while phoenix sightings are most commonly reported near springs that demonstrate fire-related magical characteristics. Ancient wizarding settlements were almost invariably established near significant magical springs, with entire communities organizing their lives around the rhythm of caring for and drawing from these precious water sources. These communities developed elaborate systems of spring maintenance, including regular purification rituals, protective ward renewal ceremonies, and careful monitoring of each spring's magical output to ensure its continued health and potency. The knowledge and traditions developed by these spring guardian communities form the foundation of modern magical water management practices. The process of properly collecting and storing water from magical springs requires specialized knowledge and equipment that has been refined over centuries of practice. Different springs require different collection methods. Some must be drawn only during specific lunar phases, others only by individuals who have undergone particular purification rituals, and still others only using containers made from specific magical materials. The storage of magical spring water presents its own challenges, as the water's properties can be affected by exposure to different materials, temperature changes, and even the emotional state of those handling it. British magical springs also play crucial roles in traditional wizarding ceremonies and celebrations. Wedding ceremonies often incorporate water from springs associated with love and fidelity, while coming-of-age rituals may use water from springs linked to wisdom and magical development. Seasonal festivals frequently center around pilgrimages to particular springs, with entire magical communities traveling to remote locations to participate in blessing ceremonies that renew their connections to the natural magical forces that sustain British wizarding culture. The protection and preservation of magical springs has become an increasingly important concern in the modern wizarding world, as Muggle development and environmental changes threaten to disrupt the delicate underground systems that feed these precious sources. Specialized teams of magical hydrogeologists, working under the authority of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, monitor spring flow rates, magical potency levels, and the health of the underground aquifers that supply Britain's magical springs. Some of the most sacred springs in Britain are protected by layers of ancient magic so complex and powerful that even experienced curse-breakers approach them with extreme caution. These springs, often associated with legendary figures from British magical history, demonstrate properties that transcend conventional understanding of water magic. The Spring of Eternal Memory in the Scottish Borders, for example, produces water that allows drinkers to access ancestral memories, stretching back generations, while the Wellspring of True Sight in Cornwall grants temporary but profound enhancement of magical perception to those who approach it with pure intent. The tradition of pilgrimage to magical springs continues to play an important role in British wizarding culture, with young witches and wizards often undertaking journeys to specific springs as part of their magical education. These pilgrimages serve multiple purposes. They provide direct experience with powerful magical forces, teach respect for the natural sources of magical power, and maintain the human connections to these springs that help ensure their continued protection and proper stewardship. Modern magical spring research has revealed that many sources previously thought to be independent are actually connected through vast underground networks that may extend across entire regions of Britain. These discoveries have led to new understanding of how magical energy flows through the landscape and how changes to one spring can affect others hundreds of miles away. This knowledge has proven crucial for protecting spring networks from both magical and mundane threats that could disrupt the flow of magical energy across the British Isles. The study of magical springs has also contributed significantly to advances in magical theory, particularly in understanding how natural magical forces interact with human spell work. Springs serve as natural laboratories, where researchers can observe pure magical energy in its most fundamental forms, leading to insights that have improved everything from basic charm work to the most advanced applications of transfiguration magic. As you imagine the gentle sound of these sacred waters bubbling up from the earth's hidden depths, carrying with them the distilled magic of Britain's ancient landscape. Consider this question: if you could drink from any magical spring in Britain and receive its gift of enhanced magical ability, which power would you most hope to gain? And how might that gift change your understanding of the magical world around you? Chapter 5. The Highland Lochs and Their Ancient Secrets. Among the mist-shrouded peaks and purple heather of the Scottish Highlands lie bodies of water, so ancient and mystically charged that they seem to exist partially outside the normal flow of time itself. Tonight, we venture into the realm of the Highland Lochs, where Celtic magic runs deeper than the deepest waters, and where secrets older than Hogwarts itself slumber beneath surfaces that mirror both sky and soul. Imagine yourself standing on the shore of Loch Katrine as the first light of dawn touches the surrounding mountains, painting their granite faces in shades of rose and gold. The water before you stretches like a sheet of polished silver, so still and perfect that it seems to hold the entire world in its reflection. But this tranquility is deceptive, for beneath the mirror-smooth surface flow currents of magic that have been gathering strength for millennia, fed by underground springs that emerge from the very heart of Scotland's most ancient magical foundations. The Highland Lochs differ fundamentally from other magical bodies of water found throughout Britain, their unique properties arising from a combination of geological factors and centuries of Celtic magical practice that has imbued these waters with characteristics found nowhere else in the magical world. The Lochs were formed during the last ice age, when glaciers carved deep valleys through rock formations rich in naturally occurring magical minerals. As these glaciers retreated, they left behind not just lakes, but massive reservoirs capable of storing and amplifying magical energy on a scale that early Celtic wizards recognized as both opportunity and responsibility. These ancient magical practitioners, working with knowledge passed down through oral traditions that stretched back to the very beginnings of human magic, established complex ritual sites around the most powerful lochs. Stone circles, standing stones, and elaborate earthworks created geometric patterns that focused and directed the magical energies radiating from the water, transforming entire loch systems into massive mystical engines that could influence weather patterns, enhance crop growth, and provide protection against dark magic across vast areas of the Highlands. The magical properties of Highland Lochs vary dramatically depending on their specific location, depth, and the particular combination of underground magical influences that feed their waters. Loch Lomond, the largest of Scotland's lochs, serves as a massive reservoir of protective magic that has shielded the Western Highlands from dark magical influences for over 2,000 years. The loch's numerous islands, each with its own distinct magical characteristics, create a complex network of mystical focal points that work together to maintain magical balance across the entire region. Deep within the waters of Loch Ness lies one of Scotland's most carefully guarded magical secrets, not the creature that Muggle mythology has transformed into a tourist attraction, but something far more profound and significant to the wizarding world. The loch's extraordinary depth, reaching over 750 feet in some areas, creates natural chambers where magical pressure builds to levels that would be dangerous if not for the ancient containment spells that Celtic druids wove into the very bedrock centuries ago. These underwater magical reservoirs serve as emergency energy sources for Scottish magical communities, accessible only through rituals known to a select few magical families who have served as loch guardians for generations. The seasonal cycles of the Highland Lochs reveal magical phenomena that continue to amaze even the most experienced magical naturalists. During the autumn months, when the surrounding mountains don their cloaks of gold and crimson, many lochs begin to emit a subtle luminescence that becomes visible during the darkest hours before dawn. This mystical light, which appears as shifting patterns of silver and blue beneath the water's surface, is created by the interaction between magical currents and microscopic magical organisms that thrive in the mineral-rich loch waters. Winter transforms the Highland Lochs into something approaching the sublime, as the combination of snow-covered mountains, crisp Highland air, and magically charged water creates atmospheric conditions that allow for remarkable magical phenomena. Ice formations along the shores of many lochs take on geometric patterns that mirror the ancient stone circles built by Celtic wizards, suggesting a deep connection between the mathematical principles underlying both natural ice formation and deliberate magical construction. These ice patterns often persist longer than natural conditions would suggest, maintained by the magical fields emanating from the loch waters. The magical creatures that inhabit the Highland lochs represent some of the most ancient and powerful beings in the British magical ecosystem. Water spirits that predate human settlement in Scotland continue to dwell in the deepest parts of certain lochs, their presence detectable only by the subtle changes in water temperature and magical field strength that occur when they move through their underwater domains. These beings, neither fully corporeal nor entirely spiritual, serve as guardians of the ancient magical knowledge embedded in the loch systems, occasionally sharing fragments of this wisdom with humans who approach them with proper respect and understanding. Highland lochs also serve as focal points for one of the most sophisticated examples of large-scale magical engineering ever attempted in Britain. Ancient Celtic wizards, working over the course of several centuries, created underground channels that connect many of the major lochs into a single integrated magical system. These hidden waterways, invisible to both Muggle and most magical detection methods, allow magical energy to flow between lochs according to need, creating a self-regulating network that automatically redistributes mystical power to wherever it is most needed throughout the Highlands. The tradition of loch pilgrimage remains an important aspect of Scottish magical culture, with young witches and wizards from magical families throughout Britain traveling to the Highlands to experience the unique magical properties of these ancient waters. These pilgrimages often involve complex preparatory rituals and require the guidance of experienced Highland magical practitioners who understand the specific protocols necessary for safely interacting with such powerful magical forces. The experience of swimming in a magically active Highland loch is said to permanently enhance one's sensitivity to natural magical currents and improve one's ability to work with water-based magic. Many Highland lochs serve as repositories for magical artifacts and knowledge that Scottish wizarding families have preserved for centuries. Underwater caves, accessible only through magical means, house libraries of ancient spellbooks written on materials that remain perfectly preserved in the magically stable environment of the loch depths. These hidden archives contain knowledge of Celtic magical practices that would otherwise have been lost to history, including spells and rituals that work specifically with the unique magical properties of Highland waters. The relationship between Highland lochs and the broader patterns of British weather magic represents one of the most complex and least understood aspects of large-scale magical theory. The lochs appear to play crucial roles in regulating not just local weather patterns, but magical atmospheric conditions that affect the entire British Isles. Changes in loch magical activity can influence everything from the effectiveness of long-distance magical communication to the migration patterns of magical creatures across Scotland and northern England. Modern threats to the Highland loch systems include not only environmental challenges, but also the gradual loss of traditional knowledge, as fewer young Scottish witches and wizards choose to follow the demanding path of loch guardianship. The ancient families who have maintained the protective rituals and monitoring spells that keep the loch networks functioning properly are finding it increasingly difficult to pass their knowledge to new generations, creating concerns about the long-term stability of these crucial magical systems. Research into Highland loch magic has contributed significantly to advances in magical theory, particularly in understanding how large-scale magical systems maintain themselves over extended periods. The self-regulating properties of the loch networks have inspired new approaches to creating sustainable magical infrastructure, while studies of loch magical ecology have improved understanding of how magical and non-magical life forms can coexist in the same environment. The acoustic properties of Highland lochs present another fascinating aspect of their magical nature. The combination of water depth, mineral content, and magical field strength creates unique sound transmission characteristics that allow certain types of magical communication to travel vast distances through the Loch systems. Ancient Celtic wizards developed sophisticated signaling methods that used these acoustic properties to coordinate magical activities across the entire Highland region, and some magical families continue to use these traditional communication methods today. The influence of celestial events on Highland Loch magic creates spectacular displays that are visible only to those with sufficient magical sensitivity. During eclipses, planetary alignments, and other significant astronomical events, the Lochs often exhibit dramatic changes in their magical output, creating opportunities for advanced magical work that would be impossible under normal conditions. These celestial connections suggest that the original Celtic designers of the Loch magical systems possessed sophisticated understanding of the relationships between terrestrial and cosmic magical forces. The therapeutic properties of Highland Loch waters have been recognized and utilized by magical healers for over a millennium, with different lochs demonstrating specific healing characteristics that complement the general magical enhancement properties common to all Highland waters. Some lochs produce water, particularly effective for treating magical exhaustion, while others excel at healing injuries caused by dark magic or curse work. The preparation and application of these healing waters requires extensive training and deep understanding of both the specific loch's properties and the patient's particular magical constitution. As you imagine the ancient waters of the Highland Lochs reflecting starlight in their depths, carrying within them the accumulated magic of countless generations and the wisdom of the Celtic wizards who first recognized their power, consider this question: if you could spend a single night camping beside any Highland Loch and experience its dreams and memories, which ancient secret or lost magical knowledge would you most hope to discover reflected in its mystical waters? Chapter 6. Continental Magical Waterways. Beyond the shores of Britain, across the channel that has both divided and connected magical communities for millennia, flow the great rivers of continental Europe, each carrying its own unique magical heritage and serving the diverse wizarding populations that have flourished along their banks since the earliest days of European magic. Tonight, we embark on a mystical journey along these ancient waterways, discovering how different magical cultures have shaped and been shaped by the rivers that flow through their lands. Picture yourself standing on the banks of the Rhine as it winds through the heart of Germany, its dark waters reflecting the lights of medieval castles perched on hillsides that have witnessed countless generations of magical history. The river before you carries more than water from the Swiss Alps to the North Sea. It bears the accumulated magical traditions of Germanic wizarding culture, enhanced by centuries of ritual and spell work that have transformed this natural waterway into one of Europe's most magically significant rivers. The Rhine's magical properties trace back to the ancient Germanic tribes, who first recognized the river's unusual capacity for storing and transmitting magical energy. These early magical practitioners discovered that the river's journey through diverse geological formations, from alpine granite through volcanic regions to lowland sediments, created a natural process of magical distillation that imbued Rhine water with remarkable versatility for spell work. Different sections of the river demonstrate distinct magical characteristics, with each region's magical traditions adapting to utilize the specific properties available in their local waters. The Upper Rhine, flowing through Switzerland and into Germany, carries the crisp, pure magical energy characteristic of mountain waters, enhanced by passage through quartz-rich alpine formations. Swiss magical communities have developed sophisticated techniques for working with this highly focused magical energy, creating spells and potions of exceptional precision and power. The famous Swiss magical timepieces, renowned throughout the wizarding world for their accuracy and durability, rely on Rhine water collected at specific elevations and treated according to closely guarded family traditions that date back over 6 centuries. As the Rhine flows through the German Rhineland, it passes through regions where volcanic activity millions of years ago created underground formations rich in magical minerals. The river water here takes on properties particularly suited to transformation magic and alchemical work, making it highly prized by German magical researchers and potion masters. The ancient city of Cologne harbors one of Europe's most important magical research institutes, strategically positioned to take advantage of the Rhine's enhanced alchemical properties at this particular point in its journey. The Danube presents an entirely different magical profile, its waters carrying the diverse magical traditions of the many cultures through whose lands it flows. From its source in Germany's Black Forest through Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, and beyond, the Danube serves as a liquid highway connecting magical communities that might otherwise have remained isolated from each other. This river's magical significance lies not in the power of its waters alone, but in its role as a conduit for magical knowledge exchange and cultural synthesis. Magical historians note that many of Europe's most significant advances in magical theory originated in cities along the Danube, where wizards from different magical traditions could meet, share knowledge, and collaborate on projects that combine diverse approaches to spellwork and magical research. The river's unusual property of maintaining magical stability while carrying influences from multiple magical cultures makes it an ideal medium for experimental magic that requires the blending of different traditional approaches. The Seine, flowing through the heart of France and past the magnificent magical districts hidden within Paris, demonstrates the sophisticated relationship between urban magical planning and natural water magic that characterizes French wizarding culture. French magical architects have spent centuries developing techniques for integrating river magic into urban magical infrastructure, creating systems that enhance the effectiveness of citywide protective enchantments while maintaining the aesthetic beauty that is so highly valued in French magical society. The magical properties of Seine water are particularly well suited to enchantments related to art, music, and creative expression, qualities that have helped establish Paris as one of Europe's premier centers for magical arts education. The famous Académie de Magie, though hidden from Muggle eyes, draws students from across the magical world who come to study advanced techniques for incorporating natural magical forces into creative magical work. The proximity to the Seine's artistically enhancing waters provides these students with optimal conditions for developing their magical artistic abilities. Italian magical waterways present their own unique characteristics, shaped by the peninsula's complex geological history and the sophisticated magical traditions that flourished during the Renaissance period. The Po River, flowing across northern Italy, carries magical influences derived from its passage through regions where Renaissance magical masters conducted some of their most groundbreaking experimental work. Water from certain sections of the Po retains traces of magical innovations from centuries past, making it valuable for historical magical research and the reconstruction of lost spell techniques. The magical communities along Italy's rivers have developed distinctive approaches to water magic that emphasize harmony between human magical activity and natural magical forces. Italian water magic tends to focus on enhancement and amplification rather than transformation, working with the existing magical properties of water rather than attempting to impose foreign characteristics upon it. This philosophical approach has produced some remarkably stable and long-lasting magical effects, with some Italian magical infrastructure remaining functional for centuries with minimal maintenance. Spain's magical rivers, particularly the Ebro and the Guadalquivir, carry the influences of multiple magical traditions that have flourished on the Iberian Peninsula over the millennia. Moorish magical traditions, with their sophisticated understanding of geometric magical principles, blended with existing Celtic and Roman magical practices to create unique approaches to river magic that can be found nowhere else in Europe. The geometric patterns that characterize Moorish magical architecture extend into their water magic techniques, creating river-based enchantments of remarkable mathematical precision and aesthetic beauty. The Vistula River in Poland exemplifies the resilience of traditional magical practices in the face of historical challenges. Despite centuries of political upheaval and foreign occupation, Polish magical communities have maintained their ancient traditions of river stewardship and water magic. The Vistula's magical properties have been carefully preserved through periods when practicing magic required extreme secrecy, with knowledge of traditional water magic techniques passed down through families who risked everything to maintain their magical heritage. Eastern European magical waterways, including the Dnieper and the Volga, carry magical influences that reflect the vast distances they traverse and the harsh climates they experience. These rivers demonstrate remarkable magical endurance, maintaining their mystical properties across thousands of miles and through extreme seasonal variations. Russian magical traditions have developed techniques for working with this enduring, steady magical energy, creating spells and enchantments noted for their longevity and resistance to magical interference. The magical cooperation between different European magical communities has led to the establishment of international protocols for managing rivers that cross multiple magical jurisdictions. The International Confederation of Wizards maintains specialized departments responsible for monitoring the magical health of major European rivers and coordinating responses to threats that could affect multiple magical communities. These international efforts have prevented several potential magical disasters and ensured that the traditional magical uses of European rivers can continue despite increasing pressure from Muggle industrial development. Seasonal festivals celebrating European river magic remain important cultural events in many continental magical communities. These celebrations often involve elaborate ceremonies that honor the river's contributions to local magical life, while renewing the protective enchantments that keep the waterways magically healthy. The Festival of the Rhine Lights, celebrated simultaneously in multiple countries along the river's course, creates spectacular displays of water-based magic that strengthen the bonds between German, French, Dutch, and Swiss magical communities. The study of continental river magic has contributed significantly to understanding how magical forces interact with geographical and cultural boundaries. European rivers demonstrate that magical energy flows according to natural rather than political boundaries, requiring magical communities to develop cooperative approaches to managing shared magical resources. This understanding has influenced modern magical diplomacy and contributed to more effective management of magical resources that cross international borders. Climate change and environmental degradation pose increasing threats to European magical waterways, requiring new approaches to preserving their magical integrity. Magical environmentalists from across Europe collaborate on projects designed to protect river magic from pollution, altered flow patterns, and other disruptions that could damage the delicate magical ecosystems that have developed over millennia. These efforts combine traditional magical knowledge with modern magical research techniques to develop sustainable approaches to magical water conservation. The acoustic properties of European rivers have enabled the development of continent-wide magical communication networks that allow rapid transmission of important information between magical communities separated by thousands of miles. These river-based communication systems, which operate using principles similar to those employed in Highland lock networks, provide backup communication capabilities that remain functional even when other magical communication methods are disrupted. Traditional European approaches to magical apprenticeship often include periods of study along major rivers, where young wizards can experience the diverse magical traditions that have developed in different regions, while learning to work with the varying magical properties of different river systems. These river journeys serve both educational and cultural purposes, helping to maintain connections between magical communities and ensuring that knowledge of traditional river magic techniques continues to be passed to new generations. The therapeutic applications of European river magic have been developed to remarkable levels of sophistication, with different rivers providing water suited to treating specific magical ailments or enhancing particular magical abilities. Magical practitioners from across Europe often collaborate on research projects that investigate how the unique properties of different river waters can be combined to create more effective magical healing treatments. As you imagine these great rivers flowing through the European landscape, carrying their diverse magical traditions toward distant seas, while connecting the magical communities that have depended on their gifts for thousands of years. Consider this question: if you could travel the length of any European magical river and experience the full range of magical traditions that have developed along its banks, which waterway would you choose, and what aspect of continental water magic would you most hope to master during your journey? Chapter 7. The reflecting pools of divination. In the quietest corners of the magical world, where silence holds dominion and time seems to pause in reverence, lie bodies of water so still and perfectly clear that they serve as windows between the present moment and the mysteries of past and future. Tonight, we enter the sacred realm of reflecting pools, those mystical waters that have served seers and prophets for millennia, as gateways to knowledge that exists beyond the reach of ordinary perception. Picture yourself approaching a circular pool nestled within the ruins of an ancient stone temple, where Celtic druids once gazed into waters that reflected not just the sky above, but visions of events yet to come. The pool's surface lies undisturbed by even the faintest breeze, creating a mirror so perfect that the boundary between water and air seems to dissolve entirely. Around the pool's edge, worn stones bear the faint traces of runic inscriptions, their meanings lost to all but the most learned scholars of ancient magical practices. The art of scrying through reflecting pools represents one of humanity's oldest forms of magical divination, with archaeological evidence suggesting that such practices existed long before the development of crystal balls, tea leaves, or any of the other divination methods familiar to modern magical practitioners. The fundamental principle underlying pool scrying rests on water's unique ability to exist simultaneously in multiple states of being, liquid yet reflective, transparent yet capable of holding images, constantly moving at the molecular level, yet capable of perfect stillness at the surface. The creation of an effective scrying pool requires far more than simply filling a container with water and hoping for visions to appear. Master diviners spend years learning to recognize the subtle environmental factors that influence a pool's receptivity to prophetic visions. The pool's depth must be carefully calculated to create optimal light reflection patterns, while the materials from which the pool is constructed can dramatically affect the types of visions that manifest within its waters. Traditional scrying pools were often carved from single blocks of volcanic stone, as these materials possess natural properties that enhance the transmission of mystical energies between the seer and the cosmic forces that govern prophetic revelation. The smooth, dark surfaces of such stone pools create ideal conditions for the formation of the subtle energy patterns that seers learn to interpret as glimpses of past, present, or future events. The circular shape favored for most scrying pools reflects ancient understanding of the cyclical nature of time and the interconnectedness of all temporal events. The water used in serious divination work cannot be drawn from just any source, but must come from springs or streams that possess specific magical characteristics conducive to prophetic vision. Spring water that has emerged from deep underground sources, particularly water that has passed through layers of quartz or other crystalline formations, demonstrates enhanced ability to hold and transmit the subtle energies that make scrying possible. Many master diviners maintain relationships with specific springs, returning to collect water only during certain lunar phases or seasonal transitions, when the water's divinatory properties reach their peak effectiveness. The lunar cycle exerts profound influence over the effectiveness of pool scrying, with different phases of the moon enhancing different types of divination work. New moon periods create optimal conditions for scrying focused on new beginnings and future possibilities, while full moon phases enhance the pool's ability to reveal hidden truths about current situations. The dark moon, that mysterious period when the moon is entirely hidden from earthly view, opens pools to their most profound and sometimes dangerous capabilities, allowing seers to glimpse events so far in the future, or so deeply buried in the past, that they may prove difficult to interpret or emotionally overwhelming to experience. Advanced practitioners of pool scrying develop the ability to influence their pool's focus through careful preparation rituals and meditation techniques that attune their consciousness to specific types of information. A seer seeking knowledge about a missing person might prepare their pool with water collected during a storm, as the energetic turbulence inherent in storm water can help locate lost or hidden things. Conversely, a diviner attempting to understand complex political or social situations might use water drawn from a river that flows through multiple communities, as such water carries traces of many different human experiences and perspectives. The images that appear in scrying pools rarely manifest as clear, photograph-like visions that can be easily interpreted by novice practitioners. Instead, pool scrying typically produces symbolic imagery that requires years of study and intuitive development to understand properly. A skilled seer learns to recognize that ripples moving across a pool's surface in specific patterns might indicate approaching danger, while certain color shifts in the water's reflection could herald important changes in weather, political situations, or personal relationships. The psychological demands of pool scrying make it one of the most challenging forms of divination to master, requiring seers to maintain a delicate balance between focused concentration and relaxed receptivity. The seer must empty their mind of preconceptions and personal desires, while remaining alert enough to perceive and remember the often fleeting images that appear in the pool's depths. This mental state, which experienced diviners describe as active passivity, can take decades to develop fully and requires constant practice to maintain. Seasonal changes significantly affect the divinatory properties of reflecting pools, with each season offering unique advantages for different types of prophetic work. Spring pools, fed by snowmelt and early rains, demonstrate exceptional clarity for visions related to growth, healing, and new opportunities. Summer pools, warmed by long days of sunlight, become particularly receptive to visions of joy, success, and the fulfillment of long-held dreams. Autumn pools take on properties that enhance their ability to reveal the true nature of situations and relationships, while winter pools offer unparalleled access to deep wisdom and ancient knowledge. The geographic location of a scrying pool affects both the types of visions it produces and the ease with which seers can access prophetic states of consciousness. Pools located at high elevations, particularly those situated near mountain peaks or other places where earth meets sky, tend to produce visions with broad, far-reaching implications. Valley pools, surrounded by protective hills and mountains, excel at revealing intimate personal information and detailed insights into immediate circumstances. Coastal pools, influenced by the rhythmic energies of nearby seas, demonstrate particular strength in matters related to travel, change, and emotional healing. The maintenance of scrying pools requires ongoing attention to both physical and magical factors that can affect their divinatory effectiveness. The water must be kept pure not just from chemical contamination, but from psychic pollution that can result from exposure to negative emotions or chaotic magical energies. Many traditional pool keepers perform daily purification rituals that involve specific combinations of herbs, crystals, and spoken incantations, designed to cleanse the water of any influences that might interfere with clear prophetic vision. Historical records describe legendary scrying pools that demonstrated capabilities far beyond those of ordinary divination tools. Pools so magically powerful that they could show visions of events occurring simultaneously in distant locations, or provide access to the thoughts and experiences of specific individuals. The Pool of Memory, said to have been located somewhere in the Welsh mountains, allegedly allowed seers to witness any event that had ever occurred near any body of water, effectively creating access to a visual history of human civilization. The collaborative use of scrying pools by multiple seers working together represents an advanced technique that can produce remarkably detailed and accurate prophetic visions, though it requires extraordinary skill and trust between the participating diviners. When multiple seers synchronize their consciousness around a single pool, they can access layers of information that would be impossible for any individual to perceive alone. These group scrying sessions often focus on complex situations that affect entire communities, or on prophetic visions of such scope and importance that they require multiple perspectives to interpret accurately. Modern magical research into pool scrying has revealed that the effectiveness of this ancient art depends on quantum-level interactions between the seer's consciousness, the water's molecular structure, and ambient magical fields that exist throughout the natural world. This scientific understanding has led to improvements in pool construction and water preparation techniques, though most experienced diviners maintain that intuition and spiritual sensitivity remain far more important than technical knowledge for achieving reliable prophetic results. The ethical considerations surrounding pool scrying have been debated within the magical community for centuries, with most authorities agreeing that the power to glimpse future events carries significant responsibility. The knowledge gained through scrying can be used to prevent tragedies and guide important decisions, but it can also create dangerous temptations to manipulate events or profit from advanced knowledge of future circumstances. Traditional training in pool scrying, therefore, includes extensive instruction in the moral principles that should guide the use of prophetic abilities. Contemporary threats to traditional scrying practices include environmental pollution that affects water quality and electromagnetic interference from Muggle technology that can disrupt the subtle energy patterns upon which pool scrying depends. Many master diviners have been forced to relocate their pools to increasingly remote locations, where they can maintain the pure environmental conditions necessary for effective prophetic work, leading to concerns about the long-term preservation of these ancient magical arts. The integration of pool scrying with other forms of divination can produce remarkably comprehensive insights into complex situations, with many experienced seers combining pool work with astrology, tarot reading, or other divinatory methods to build complete pictures of the forces affecting their subjects. The water's reflective properties make pools particularly well suited to serving as focal points for multimodal divination sessions, with the pool's surface sometimes displaying images that correspond to and clarify information received through other divinatory channels. The training of new pool scryers has become increasingly challenging, as modern life provides fewer opportunities for developing the patience, intuitive sensitivity, and spiritual discipline that effective scrying requires. Many magical communities have established formal apprenticeship programs designed to preserve traditional scrying knowledge while adapting ancient teaching methods to work with contemporary students who may lack the cultural background that once supported widespread divination practice. As you imagine gazing into the perfect stillness of an ancient scrying pool, watching as the boundary between reflection and reality dissolves to reveal glimpses of knowledge that exists beyond the constraints of linear time, consider this question: if you could look into a reflecting pool and receive one clear vision about any aspect of your future, what question would you ask the waters, and how might that knowledge change the path you choose to walk in the present moment? Chapter 8. Enchanted Fountains and Magical Wells. Within the gardens of great wizarding estates and hidden in the courtyards of ancient magical institutions, water dances through the air in patterns that defy both gravity and mundane understanding, creating fountains whose beauty serves purposes far beyond mere decoration. Tonight we explore these marvels of magical engineering, where flowing water becomes a medium for enchantment, a source of healing, and a gateway to wishes that carry the weight of true magical possibility. Imagine yourself walking through the moonlit courtyard of a centuries-old wizarding manor, where a fountain carved from white marble rises like a frozen melody in the center of a circular garden. Water flows upward from the central basin in graceful spirals that seem to move in slow motion, each droplet catching starlight as it follows paths that curve and twist through the air before falling back to the pool below with the gentle music of liquid crystal. The fountain's magic extends beyond its impossible water patterns to encompass the very air around it, which carries the faint scent of jasmine and the subtle energy that makes this space feel removed from the ordinary world. The creation of truly enchanted fountains represents one of the most sophisticated applications of water magic, requiring master craftsmen who understand not only the mechanical principles of water flow, but also the complex magical theories that allow water to be guided and shaped by invisible forces. These fountain makers, known in the magical world as aquamancers, spend decades learning to weave spells that can maintain their effects indefinitely, while remaining stable enough to function safely in all weather conditions and magical environments. The Fountain of Fair Fortune, though known to most magical children through Beedle the Bard's Tale, represents a real tradition of wish-granting fountains that have existed in various forms throughout magical history. These fountains operate on principles that connect individual desires with larger patterns of magical destiny, allowing the fountain's enchantments to identify wishes that align with beneficial magical currents and to provide subtle assistance in bringing such wishes to fulfillment. The magic involved is extraordinarily complex, requiring the fountain to evaluate not just the wish itself, but its potential consequences for both the wisher and the broader magical community. Healing fountains constitute perhaps the most beneficial category of magical water features. Their enchantments designed to infuse ordinary water with therapeutic properties that can address everything from minor magical ailments to serious curse damage. The Fountain of Restoration at St. Mungo's Hospital represents the pinnacle of healing fountain engineering, its waters continuously charged with healing energies by a carefully maintained array of medical magic that has operated without interruption for over 3 centuries. Patients who bathe in or drink from these waters often experience recovery rates that exceed what conventional magical medicine alone could achieve. The architectural elements of enchanted fountains serve functions that extend far beyond aesthetic appeal, with every curve, angle, and decorative feature carefully designed to channel and focus the magical energies that power the fountain's effects. Traditional fountain basins incorporate geometric patterns that create natural magical focal points, while sculptural elements often serve as physical anchors for specific enchantments that control water flow, temperature, or magical potency. The most sophisticated fountains include hidden chambers beneath their basins that house complex magical apparatus designed to regulate and maintain the fountain's enchantments over extended periods. Wishing wells represent a more ancient and often more powerful form of magical water feature, their magic typically rooted in natural springs or underground water sources that possessed magical properties long before human intervention enhanced their capabilities. Unlike artificial fountains, which derive their power from deliberately crafted enchantments, magical wells draw their strength from the accumulated magical energy of the earth itself, often making them more unpredictable, but potentially more powerful than their constructed counterparts. The Well of True Desire, hidden somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, and known only to a few traditional magical families, allegedly possesses the ability to grant wishes of such magnitude that they can alter the fundamental patterns of an individual's destiny. However, the well's magic comes with correspondingly serious responsibilities, requiring those who approach it to undergo extensive purification rituals and to demonstrate that their desires arise from genuine wisdom rather than selfish ambition. Many who have sought the well have found that the journey to locate it transforms them in ways that make their original wishes irrelevant by the time they reach their destination. The seasonal variations in fountain and well magic create opportunities for different types of magical work throughout the year, with spring waters carrying energies of renewal and growth that make them particularly effective for healing magic and new beginnings. Summer enhances the creative and artistic applications of fountain magic, while autumn waters demonstrate increased effectiveness for divination and wisdom-seeking. Winter transforms many fountains into sources of protective and preservation magic, their waters taking on properties that can shield individuals and communities from various forms of magical harm. The social role of fountains in magical communities extends beyond their practical applications to encompass important cultural and ceremonial functions. Wedding fountains, specially constructed for marriage ceremonies, create water displays that symbolically represent the joining of two lives, while providing blessings that are believed to strengthen and protect the new union. Coming-of-age ceremonies often involve ritual interactions with fountains, designed to mark the transition from childhood to adult magical practice, with the fountain's response to the young witch or wizard serving as a form of magical confirmation of their readiness for greater responsibilities. Maintenance of enchanted fountains requires specialized knowledge and skills that combine traditional craftsmanship with advanced magical theory, as the complex enchantments that power these features can be disrupted by improper care or exposure to conflicting magical influences. Fountain keepers, the magical specialists responsible for maintaining these installations, typically undergo years of apprenticeship to learn the intricate procedures necessary to keep fountain magic functioning properly. Their work includes not only physical maintenance of pipes, pumps, and decorative elements, but also the regular renewal of enchantments, and the careful monitoring of magical energy levels. The integration of fountains with broader magical security systems has become increasingly common in contemporary magical architecture, with fountain enchantments designed to serve dual purposes as both aesthetic features and protective installations. These defensive fountains can create barriers of enchanted water that repel intruders, generate mists that conceal important areas from unwanted observation, or produce warning signals when unauthorized individuals approach protected spaces. The most advanced security fountains can even distinguish between different categories of visitors, providing welcoming displays for invited guests while activating defensive measures against potential threats. Historical records describe legendary fountains whose capabilities exceeded anything seen in the modern magical world, installations so powerful that they could influence weather patterns across entire regions, or provide healing that bordered on resurrection of the recently deceased. The Fountain of Eternal Youth, sought by countless magical explorers throughout history, allegedly possessed the ability to reverse the aging process and restore vitality to those who bathed in its waters. Though no confirmed location for such a fountain has ever been established, the persistence of these legends suggests that fountains of extraordinary power may indeed have existed in the distant past. The acoustic properties of enchanted fountains often serve magical purposes beyond the simple pleasure of listening to flowing water, with many fountain designs incorporating specific sound patterns that enhance magical concentration, promote healing, or create atmospheric conditions conducive to spellcasting. The Whispering Fountain at the ancient magical academy of Beauxbatons produces subtle harmonics that are said to improve students' ability to learn complex magical theory, while the Singing Fountain in the courtyard of the Italian Ministry of Magic creates melodies that help maintain emotional balance and reduce the stress associated with high-level magical governance. The study of fountain magic has contributed significantly to advances in magical engineering and environmental magic, with techniques developed for fountain construction finding applications in larger-scale magical infrastructure projects. The principles used to create self-maintaining fountain enchantments have been adapted for use in magical transportation systems, protective ward networks, and even weather control installations. This cross-application of fountain magic demonstrates the fundamental importance of water magic in supporting the complex magical systems that make modern wizarding civilization possible. Contemporary challenges facing fountain and well preservation include environmental threats that can disrupt the natural water sources upon which many installations depend, as well as the gradual loss of traditional craftsmanship knowledge as fewer young magical practitioners choose to pursue the demanding career path of professional aquamancy. Several magical preservation societies have established programs designed to document traditional fountain construction techniques and to train new generations of fountain keepers, recognizing that the loss of this knowledge would represent an irreplaceable diminishment of magical culture. The therapeutic applications of fountain magic continue to evolve as magical medical researchers develop new understanding of how enchanted water can be used to treat various magical ailments and to enhance the effectiveness of conventional healing spells. Some modern magical hospitals have begun incorporating fountain therapy into their treatment protocols, with patients spending prescribed periods in specially designed fountain environments that provide targeted healing for specific conditions. These medical fountains represent a sophisticated fusion of ancient water magic traditions with contemporary magical medical knowledge. The philosophical aspects of fountain and well magic raise profound questions about the nature of desire, destiny, and the responsibilities that come with the power to influence fundamental aspects of human experience. The ability of certain fountains to grant wishes or provide healing touches on deep questions about whether such interventions represent beneficial assistance or potentially harmful interference with natural processes. Most magical ethicists agree that the use of fountain magic should be guided by principles of wisdom, compassion, and respect for the complex web of relationships that connect all living beings. The symbolic significance of fountains in magical culture extends beyond their practical applications to encompass their role as representations of the continuous flow of magical energy through the world and the endless possibilities for growth, healing and transformation that magic makes available to those who approach it with proper understanding and respect. The sight of water defying gravity to dance through the air serves as a daily reminder that the magical world operates according to principles that transcend mundane limitations and that offer hope for solutions to even the most challenging problems. As you imagine the gentle sound of enchanted water falling like liquid starlight into moonlit pools, creating ripples that carry wishes and healing to those who approach with hope and reverence, consider this question. If you could create your own enchanted fountain with any magical properties you desired, what gift would you want it to offer to all who encounter it? And how might such a fountain change the lives of those who discover its magic? Chapter 9. The Healing Waters of St. Mungo's. Deep within the healing halls of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries flows a network of enchanted waters, so sophisticated and therapeutically powerful that they represent the pinnacle of magical medical achievement. Tonight, we immerse ourselves in understanding these remarkable healing systems, where centuries of magical knowledge have been distilled into liquid remedies that can mend both body and spirit with gentle precision that rivals the most advanced healing spells. Picture yourself walking through the serene hydrotherapy wing of St. Mungo's, where soft blue light filters through specially treated windows that enhance the magical properties of the healing waters below. The air carries the faint scent of medicinal herbs and the subtle energy that characterizes spaces dedicated to restoration and recovery. Before you stretches a series of pools and fountains, each one precisely calibrated to address specific types of magical ailments, their waters glowing with the gentle luminescence that indicates active healing enchantments. The foundation of St. Mungo's water healing systems rests upon a network of natural springs discovered beneath London centuries ago, springs whose waters demonstrated remarkable therapeutic properties even before human magical intervention enhanced their capabilities. These underground sources, fed by water that has percolated through layers of magical mineral deposits deep beneath the city, emerge with natural healing properties that form the base upon which St. Mungo's healers have built their sophisticated medical water systems. The process of transforming natural spring water into the highly specialized healing waters used throughout St. Mungo's requires a complex sequence of magical treatments that can take months to complete. Master healers, working with specially trained aquamancers, subject the raw spring water to carefully controlled exposure to different types of healing magic, gradually building up the water's therapeutic potency while ensuring that the various healing properties remain stable and compatible with each other. This process, known as therapeutic water maturation, requires constant monitoring and adjustment to maintain the precise balance of healing energies necessary for safe and effective medical use. The regeneration pools, located in the hospital's most secure treatment areas, contain water so magically potent that it can accelerate the natural healing processes of the human body by factors of 10 or more, allowing patients to recover from serious injuries in days rather than weeks or months. The aider in these pools is prepared using techniques that concentrate healing energy drawn from multiple sources, including natural springs, crystalline formations that have absorbed healing magic over centuries, and even tears willingly donated by phoenixes, whose regenerative properties are legendary throughout the magical world. Different areas of St. Mungo's utilize waters with distinct therapeutic specializations, each one designed to address specific categories of magical medical conditions. The Curse Damage Recovery Ward features pools filled with water that has been treated with counter-curse magic, creating a liquid medium that can gradually neutralize the effects of dark magic while supporting the body's natural healing processes. Patients suffering from curse damage often spend hours each day immersed in these waters, which work gently but persistently to repair the magical and physical trauma caused by malevolent spells. The Mental Healing Division employs waters infused with calming and clarifying enchantments designed to address magical ailments that affect the mind and emotional well-being. These waters, which appear slightly iridescent and seem to move with unusual fluidity, contain magical properties that can help restore mental clarity to patients suffering from memory charms gone wrong, confusion hexes, or the psychological trauma that can result from exposure to particularly disturbing magical phenomena. The therapeutic process involves careful immersion in pools whose water temperature and magical potency are adjusted according to each patient's specific condition and healing progress. The Magical Exhaustion Recovery Center houses some of St. Mungo's most innovative healing waters, specifically designed to address the increasingly common problem of magical burnout among witches and wizards who overextend their magical abilities. These waters contain concentrated magical energy that can be absorbed through the skin, gradually replenishing depleted magical reserves, while helping to restore the natural balance between magical practitioners and their innate magical abilities. The recovery process requires careful monitoring, as too rapid a restoration of magical energy can be as dangerous as magical exhaustion itself. Pediatric magical medicine has benefited enormously from the development of specialized healing waters designed specifically for young witches and wizards, whose developing magical abilities require different therapeutic approaches than those used for adult patients. Children's healing waters are prepared with gentler enchantments that work more slowly but with greater safety margins, ensuring that young patients receive effective treatment without risking interference with their natural magical development. These waters are often infused with mild euphoric enchantments that help reduce the anxiety and fear that young patients may experience during medical treatment. The preparation of medicinal waters for internal use represents one of St. Mungo's most closely guarded medical secrets, involving techniques that allow healing enchantments to be safely ingested without interfering with the body's natural magical processes. These therapeutic drops, prepared fresh daily from specially treated water sources, can address magical ailments that affect internal organs or magical pathways that cannot be effectively treated through external applications. The precise formulation of these internal healing waters requires extensive knowledge of both magical medical theory and the complex interactions between different types of healing magic. Advanced cases requiring the most powerful healing interventions may be treated with waters drawn from St. Mungo's Emergency Healing Reservoir, a massive underground facility that maintains supplies of the most potent therapeutic waters available anywhere in the magical world. These waters, prepared according to techniques developed over centuries of magical medical research, can address magical ailments that would otherwise be considered incurable, though their use requires approval from multiple senior healers and careful monitoring throughout the treatment process. The seasonal preparation cycles that govern St. Mungo's water therapy systems reflect deep understanding of how natural magical rhythms affect healing processes, with different types of therapeutic waters being prepared at specific times of year, when atmospheric magical conditions optimize their effectiveness. Spring waters focus on renewal and regeneration, making them ideal for treating patients recovering from serious injuries or magical trauma. Summer waters emphasize energy restoration and vitality enhancement, while autumn preparations concentrate on protective and stabilizing properties that help patients maintain their recovery progress. Quality control systems for St. Mungo's healing waters involve both magical testing procedures that verify therapeutic potency and safety protocols that ensure the waters remain free from contamination by harmful magical influences. Teams of specially trained magical analysts conduct daily testing of all therapeutic water supplies, using sensitive instruments that can detect even minute changes in magical composition that might affect healing effectiveness. These quality assurance measures have helped St. Mungo's maintain its reputation for providing the safest and most effective magical medical care available anywhere in the wizarding world. The integration of healing waters with other forms of magical medical treatment has produced remarkable advances in therapeutic effectiveness, with many treatment protocols now combining water therapy with spell-based healing, potion therapy, and magical device interventions to create comprehensive treatment approaches that address multiple aspects of complex magical medical conditions. This integrated approach allows healers to customize treatment plans that take advantage of the unique benefits offered by each therapeutic modality, while minimizing potential side effects or treatment complications. Research into new applications for healing waters continues to advance St. Mungo's capabilities, with experimental programs investigating how therapeutic waters might be used to address previously untreatable magical conditions or to enhance the effectiveness of conventional healing spells. Recent breakthroughs include the development of waters that can help restore magical abilities lost due to trauma or aging, and experimental preparations that may eventually allow healers to address genetic magical disorders that have historically been considered permanent conditions. The training required for healers, who specialize in water therapy, represents one of the most demanding educational paths available in magical medicine, requiring mastery of both traditional healing magic and the specialized knowledge necessary to understand and work with therapeutic water systems. Student healers spend years learning to recognize the subtle differences between various types of healing waters and to adjust treatment protocols according to each patient's individual response to water therapy. This specialized training ensures that water therapy treatments are administered with the skill and knowledge necessary to maximize their therapeutic benefits. Environmental considerations affecting St. Mungo's water systems include ongoing efforts to protect the natural springs that supply the hospital's therapeutic waters from pollution or magical contamination that could compromise their healing properties. The hospital maintains extensive monitoring systems that track water quality from source springs through the entire treatment and distribution process, ensuring that healing waters maintain their therapeutic potency and remain safe for medical use. These protective measures include both magical wards that shield water sources from harmful influences and physical barriers that prevent contamination from mundane environmental threats. The psychological aspects of water therapy contribute significantly to its healing effectiveness, with many patients reporting that immersion in healing waters provides not only physical relief, but also emotional and spiritual restoration that enhances their overall recovery process. The sensory experience of therapeutic water therapy, the gentle warmth, the subtle magical energies, and the peaceful environment of St. Mungo's hydrotherapy facilities creates conditions that promote relaxation and mental healing alongside physical restoration. International cooperation in magical medical water research has led to exchanges of knowledge and techniques between St. Mungo's and other major magical medical institutions around the world, resulting in improvements in therapeutic water preparation methods and the development of new treatment approaches that combine British healing water traditions with medical knowledge from other magical cultures. These collaborative efforts have advanced the entire field of magical medical hydrology and have made improved healing water treatments available to magical communities worldwide. The economic aspects of maintaining St. Mungo's extensive healing water systems represent a significant but worthwhile investment in magical public health, with the hospital dedicating substantial resources to ensuring that therapeutic water treatments remain available to all magical patients regardless of their ability to pay for expensive medical care. The long-term benefits of effective water therapy, reduced treatment times, improved healing outcomes, and lower rates of treatment complications justify the considerable costs associated with maintaining these sophisticated medical systems. As you imagine the gentle flow of these miraculous healing waters, carrying within them the concentrated wisdom of centuries of magical medical knowledge and the hope of restoration for all who seek their benefits, consider this question: if you could contribute to the development of a new type of healing water at St. Mungo's, what magical ailment or suffering would you most want to address? And what natural source or magical property would you hope to incorporate into these therapeutic waters? Chapter 10. Rivers as Magical Boundaries and Protections. Since the earliest days of magical civilization, flowing water has served as nature's own protective barrier, creating boundaries that transcend mere geography to become powerful shields against dark magic, unwanted intrusion, and malevolent forces that seek to cross from one realm into another. Tonight we explore the profound protective properties of rivers and streams, understanding how these natural waterways have been enhanced and utilized by generations of magical practitioners to create some of the most effective defensive systems ever developed in the wizarding world. Picture yourself standing on the banks of a swift-flowing river at twilight, watching as the current carries away the last golden reflections of sunset, while something deeper and more mystical begins to stir within the moving water. To ordinary eyes, this appears to be nothing more than a natural waterway flowing toward distant seas, but to those with magical sight, the river reveals itself as a living barrier of protective energy, its constantly moving surface creating an invisible wall that few dark creatures would dare to cross. The fundamental principle underlying river-based protection systems rests on flowing water's unique ability to disrupt and disperse magical energies that depend on static accumulation or deliberate focus for their effectiveness. Dark magic, in particular, requires concentrated malevolent intent to maintain its power, and the constant motion of flowing water creates an environment where such concentration becomes extremely difficult to sustain. This natural protective property has been recognized and utilized by magical communities throughout history, leading to sophisticated defensive systems that harness river magic for community protection. Ancient Celtic settlements were invariably established with careful attention to nearby water sources, not merely for practical considerations of drinking water and transportation, but because Celtic wizards understood that rivers provided natural barriers against the dark creatures and malevolent spirits that roamed the untamed wilderness beyond civilized boundaries. These early magical practitioners developed techniques for enhancing rivers' natural protective properties, creating ward systems that used flowing water as both anchor and conduit for defensive enchantments that could protect entire communities from supernatural threats. The magical engineering principles that govern river-based protection systems demonstrate remarkable sophistication, utilizing the kinetic energy of flowing water to power defensive enchantments that can operate indefinitely without requiring conscious magical maintenance. Water flowing over specially prepared stones, or through channels carved with protective runes, creates natural magical circuits that generate and maintain protective barriers with remarkable efficiency. These systems prove particularly effective because they draw their power from the river's own motion, making them virtually impossible to disable without physically redirecting the waterway itself. Traditional magical architecture has long incorporated rivers into comprehensive defensive strategies that combine natural water barriers with constructed fortifications and magical ward systems. Hogwarts School exemplifies this approach, with its position beside the Black Lake, providing not only aesthetic beauty, but also a crucial component of the school's multi-layered protective systems. The lake's waters serve as both barrier and early warning system, their magical properties enhanced by centuries of protective enchantments that detect approaching threats and activate appropriate defensive responses. The symbolic significance of water as a purifying and protective force extends beyond its practical applications to encompass deep spiritual and psychological effects that enhance its defensive capabilities. Many dark creatures and malevolent magical entities demonstrate instinctive reluctance to cross flowing water, not merely because of its magical properties, but because water represents renewal, cleansing, and positive transformation, concepts fundamentally opposed to the corruption and decay that characterize dark magic. This psychological dimension adds an additional layer of protection that operates independently of any deliberately crafted enchantments. Medieval wizarding communities developed sophisticated techniques for creating artificial water barriers in locations where natural rivers were not available for defensive purposes. These constructed waterways, known as moats of warding, incorporated carefully selected stones, specially prepared water, and complex enchantment systems that replicated and often exceeded the protective capabilities of natural rivers. The construction of effective magical moats required extensive knowledge of both hydraulic engineering and protective magic, making such installations expensive and time-consuming projects that were typically undertaken only by the wealthiest magical families or most important magical institutions. The effectiveness of river-based protection systems varies significantly depending on the specific characteristics of the waterway involved, with faster-flowing rivers generally providing stronger barriers against dark magic than slow-moving streams or stagnant pools. The mineral content of the water also affects protective capabilities, with waters that have passed through quartz formations or other magically resonant stone types demonstrating enhanced ability to disrupt harmful magical energies. Some of the most effective protective rivers flow from mountain sources through multiple layers of magically active geological formations, emerging with natural defensive properties that require minimal enhancement to provide formidable barriers against dark forces. Seasonal variations in river flow create corresponding changes in protective capabilities that magical defenders must account for when designing comprehensive security systems. Spring floods often enhance protective barriers by increasing water flow and introducing fresh magical energy from melting snow and increased rainfall. However, winter conditions that reduce flow rates or create ice formations can temporarily weaken river-based defenses, requiring additional protective measures during vulnerable periods. Experienced magical security specialists monitor seasonal water conditions carefully and adjust other defensive systems to compensate for natural variations in river protection strength. The integration of river defenses with other forms of magical protection creates synergistic effects that enhance the overall effectiveness of comprehensive security systems. Protective spells anchored to flowing water demonstrate remarkable stability and longevity, often maintaining their effectiveness for decades or even centuries with minimal maintenance. Ward systems that incorporate river magic can automatically adjust their strength and configuration in response to changing threat levels, creating adaptive defenses that become stronger when faced with more dangerous challenges. Advanced applications of river protection magic include the creation of selective barriers that can distinguish between different types of approaching entities, allowing authorized individuals to pass while blocking potentially dangerous intruders. These discriminating water barriers require sophisticated enchantment work that programs the river's protective energies to recognize specific magical signatures, authorized magical items, or even individual personality characteristics. The most advanced selective barriers can evaluate the intentions of approaching individuals, providing passage to those with benevolent purposes while activating stronger defensive measures against those harboring malevolent intent. Historical accounts describe legendary river protection systems that demonstrated capabilities far beyond anything seen in the modern magical world, including barriers that could extend their influence miles beyond the physical boundaries of the waterway itself. River of Sanctuary, said to have protected an entire medieval magical kingdom, allegedly created protective fields that covered hundreds of square miles, while maintaining the ability to transport authorized individuals instantaneously between different points along its course. Though the location and techniques used to create such powerful river magic have been lost to history, these accounts suggest that river-based protection systems once achieved levels of sophistication that exceeded contemporary magical understanding. The maintenance of river-based protection systems requires ongoing attention to both the physical condition of the waterway and the magical enchantments that enhance its natural defensive properties. Environmental threats, such as pollution, altered flow patterns, or upstream development, can significantly compromise protective effectiveness, requiring magical communities to take active measures to preserve the ecological health of their defensive waterways. Specialized magical environmental engineers work to maintain optimal conditions for river magic, while developing techniques for protecting magical waterways from both natural and human-caused disruptions. Modern magical communities face increasing challenges in maintaining effective river-based defenses as environmental changes affect natural water systems and urban development alters traditional water flow patterns. Climate change has modified seasonal flood cycles and reduced flow rates in many historically important defensive rivers, requiring magical communities to develop new approaches to maintaining protective barriers. Some communities have invested in extensive magical infrastructure designed to supplement natural river flow during low water periods, while others have relocated to areas where natural water barriers remain more reliable. The legal and diplomatic aspects of river-based protection systems become complex when waterways cross international boundaries or pass through areas under different magical jurisdictions. International magical law recognizes the right of magical communities to maintain defensive river systems, but also requires that such defenses not interfere with legitimate magical navigation or commerce. Specialized international magical tribunals handle disputes related to river protection rights and work to develop cooperative approaches to managing waterways that serve multiple magical communities. The study of river protection magic has contributed significantly to advances in magical defense theory and has influenced the development of other forms of protective magic that operate on similar principles. The understanding of how flowing energy can disrupt static magical constructs has led to improvements in personal protective charms, mobile ward systems, and even offensive magic designed to penetrate enemy defenses. These applications demonstrate the fundamental importance of water magic principles in many areas of magical practice beyond their original defensive applications. Training in river defense magic remains an important component of magical security education, with specialized courses offered at several major magical institutions for students interested in careers in magical protection and security. These programs combine theoretical study of water magic principles with practical experience in maintaining and enhancing existing river defense systems. Students learn to evaluate natural waterways for defensive potential, to design appropriate enhancement enchantments, and to integrate river barriers with other forms of magical protection to create comprehensive security systems. Contemporary research into river protection magic focuses on developing more efficient and environmentally sustainable approaches to enhancing natural defensive barriers, while exploring new applications for flowing water magic and magical security systems. Recent breakthroughs include techniques for creating temporary river barriers using conjured water, methods for enhancing the protective properties of existing waterways without requiring permanent physical modifications, and improved understanding of how river magic interacts with modern magical communication and transportation systems. The philosophical implications of using natural waterways for protective purposes raise important questions about the relationship between magical communities and the natural environment, with many magical ethicists arguing that river defense systems represent ideal examples of sustainable magic that works with rather than against natural forces. The fact that river protection systems actually benefit the ecological health of waterways by encouraging their preservation and protection demonstrates how magical needs can align with environmental stewardship to create mutually beneficial outcomes. As you imagine standing beside a river whose flowing waters carry not just the ordinary burden of their journey to the sea, but also the invisible strength of protective enchantments that have safeguarded magical communities for generations, consider this question: if you could design a river-based protection system for a magical community facing new and unknown threats, what natural features would you seek in your defensive waterway, and what ancient wisdom would you hope to rediscover to enhance its protective power? Chapter 11. The Seasonal Cycles of Magical Waters. Throughout the eternal dance of seasons that governs both magical and mundane worlds, the waters that serve as conduits and repositories for mystical energy undergo profound transformations that mirror the deeper rhythms of magical force flowing through all creation. Tonight, we immerse ourselves in understanding these cyclical changes, discovering how spring's renewal, summer's vitality, autumn's wisdom, and winter's contemplation each bring unique qualities to the magical waters that sustain and enhance wizarding civilization. Picture yourself beside a woodland stream as winter's grip begins to loosen, and the first warm days of early spring awaken the magical currents that have slumbered beneath ice and snow for months. The water runs clear and swift, carrying with it the concentrated magical energy of melting snow that has absorbed mystical influences from months of exposure to winter starlight and lunar cycles. This spring water demonstrates properties unlike those found at any other time of year, imbued with the raw potential for growth, renewal, and transformation that characterizes the season's magical essence. Spring's influence on magical waters begins even before the last snow melts, as the subtle shift in Earth's magical fields that precedes seasonal transition starts to affect underground water sources and hidden springs. Waters that have been magically dormant during winter's depth begin to stir with new energy, their molecular structure subtly reorganizing to accommodate the increased magical potential that flows through all natural systems during the season of renewal. This preparation phase, imperceptible to casual observation but clearly detectable to sensitive magical instruments, signals the beginning of spring's magical transformation of water systems throughout the wizarding world. The magical properties of spring waters excel particularly in supporting growth magic, healing enchantments and protective spells designed to nurture new beginnings. Potion masters throughout the magical world time their most important brewing projects to coincide with spring water collection, knowing that waters gathered during this season can enhance the effectiveness of healing draughts, growth potions, and magical preparations designed to support new ventures or relationships. The legendary Felix Felicis, when brewed with spring water collected during the March equinox, demonstrates enhanced potency that can last for months beyond the potion's normal effective period. As spring progresses toward summer, magical waters undergo gradual changes that reflect the increasing solar influence and the growing strength of earth-based magical forces. Summer waters develop properties that make them particularly valuable for energy-enhancing magic, illumination spells, and enchantments related to courage, creativity, and passionate expression. The longer days and increased solar radiation during summer months charge water molecules with forms of magical energy that remain stable for extended periods, making summer-collected water a valuable resource for magical practitioners who need reliable sources of energizing magical influence. The summer solstice marks the peak of solar influence on magical water systems, with waters collected during the longest day of the year, demonstrating remarkable properties for magic related to strength, protection, and the achievement of ambitious goals. Ancient Celtic traditions recognized this peak solar influence, establishing elaborate ceremonies for collecting and blessing solstice waters that would serve their magical communities throughout the coming year. Modern magical practitioners continue these traditions, with many professional potioneers and magical researchers planning their most important projects around access to waters collected during optimal summer conditions. The gradual transition from summer toward autumn brings corresponding changes in water magic that reflect the season's themes of harvest, wisdom, and preparation for the challenges of winter. Autumn waters develop enhanced properties for divination magic, preservation spells, and enchantments designed to provide protection during difficult periods. The increasing influence of lunar cycles as daylight hours diminish imbues autumn waters with qualities that make them particularly valuable for scrying, prophecy, and other forms of magical practice that require deep sensitivity to hidden influences and subtle magical currents. The autumn equinox creates optimal conditions for collecting waters with balanced magical properties that incorporate both solar and lunar influences in equal measure. These balanced waters prove particularly valuable for magic that requires stability and harmony, including complex healing enchantments, relationship magic, and spells designed to create lasting positive changes in challenging situations. Many magical families maintain traditions of equinox water collection that have been passed down through generations, with each family developing its own specialized techniques for maximizing the magical potential of waters gathered during this pivotal seasonal moment. Winter's influence on magical waters creates perhaps the most dramatic seasonal transformation, as the combination of reduced solar energy and increased crystalline structure in freezing water creates unique opportunities for preservation magic, protective enchantments, and deep contemplative magical practices. Winter waters demonstrate remarkable stability and longevity, often maintaining their magical properties for years when properly stored, making them valuable resources for long-term magical projects and emergency magical supplies. The formation of ice during winter months creates additional opportunities for specialized magic that utilizes the unique properties of crystallized water. Ice formations that occur naturally in magically active locations often demonstrate geometric patterns that mirror the mathematical principles underlying magical spell structure, creating natural magical focuses that can enhance the effectiveness of winter magical practices. Some of the most powerful protective charms known to magical practitioners require ice collected from specific types of natural formations during particular lunar phases of winter months. The transition periods between seasons create brief windows when waters can demonstrate properties that combine characteristics from both the departing and approaching seasons. These transition waters, collected during the narrow periods when seasonal magical influences are shifting, offer unique opportunities for magic that requires bridging different types of magical energy or creating connections between disparate magical systems. Master magical practitioners often schedule their most challenging and innovative projects to take advantage of these rare transitional water properties. Underground water systems demonstrate their own seasonal cycles that may not align precisely with surface seasonal changes, as subterranean waters are influenced by geological factors and deep earth magic that operate according to different rhythms than surface magical systems. Some underground springs demonstrate peak magical activity during winter months when surface waters are frozen, while others reach maximum potency during summer when deep earth energies are enhanced by solar influence transmitted through soil and rock formations. The interaction between seasonal water magic and lunar cycles creates complex patterns of magical enhancement that skilled practitioners learn to predict and utilize for optimal magical results. Full moons during different seasons produce correspondingly different effects on water magic, with spring full moons enhancing growth magic, summer full moons amplifying energy magic, autumn full moons strengthening divination abilities, and winter full moons supporting deep protective and meditative magical practices. Magical creatures demonstrate sophisticated understanding of seasonal water cycles, with many species timing their life cycles, migration patterns, and magical activities to coincide with optimal water conditions for their particular needs. Unicorns show marked preference for spring waters during their mating season, while phoenixes are often observed near sources of magically charged summer water during their regeneration cycles. These natural behaviors provide valuable guidance for human magical practitioners seeking to understand and utilize seasonal water magic effectively. The preservation and storage of seasonally enhanced waters requires specialized knowledge and equipment, as different types of seasonal water magic respond differently to various storage conditions and preservation techniques. Spring waters must be stored in containers that allow for continued energy flow, while winter waters require stable, protected environments that maintain their crystalline structure. Summer waters need protection from excessive heat that could discharge their solar magical charges, and autumn waters benefit from storage conditions that enhance their natural tendency toward magical concentration and focus. Climate change and environmental disruption pose increasing threats to traditional seasonal water magic cycles, as altered weather patterns and shifted seasonal timing can disrupt the natural magical rhythms that have supported water magic for millennia. Magical communities worldwide are developing new techniques for adapting to changing seasonal conditions while working to preserve the environmental stability necessary for maintaining healthy seasonal water magic cycles. Agricultural magic demonstrates particular dependence on seasonal water cycles, with magical farmers timing their planting, cultivation, and harvesting activities to coincide with optimal water magic conditions for different types of magical plants. The coordination between seasonal water magic and plant growth cycles creates opportunities for producing magical herbs and ingredients with enhanced potency and stability. Though this coordination requires extensive knowledge of both botanical and hydrological magical principles, the study of seasonal water magic has contributed significantly to understanding the broader patterns of magical energy flow that govern all aspects of magical practice. Research into how seasonal changes affect water magic has led to improved techniques for timing magical rituals, enhanced methods for storing and preserving magical energy, and better understanding of how natural magical cycles can be incorporated into artificial magical systems. Educational institutions throughout the magical world have developed comprehensive curricula for teaching seasonal water magic, recognizing its fundamental importance for many areas of magical practice. Students learn to identify seasonal changes in water properties, to collect and preserve seasonally enhanced waters, and to incorporate seasonal water magic into their broader magical education. These programs ensure that knowledge of seasonal water cycles continues to be passed to new generations of magical practitioners. Contemporary research into seasonal water magic focuses on developing more precise methods for predicting and measuring seasonal magical changes, while exploring new applications for seasonally enhanced waters in magical technology and infrastructure. Recent discoveries include techniques for artificially inducing seasonal water properties outside their natural timing, methods for enhancing seasonal changes through magical intervention, and improved understanding of how seasonal water magic interacts with other forms of natural magic. The philosophical aspects of seasonal water magic emphasize the importance of harmony between human magical practice and natural magical cycles, encouraging magical practitioners to work with, rather than against, the fundamental rhythms that govern magical energy flow through the natural world. This approach not only produces more effective magical results, but also promotes sustainable magical practices that support the long-term health of natural magical systems. Regional variations in seasonal water magic reflect the diverse geographical and cultural influences that shape magical practices in different parts of the world, with Arctic regions demonstrating extended winter water magic periods, while tropical areas show less dramatic seasonal variations, but more complex interactions between water magic and monsoon cycles. Understanding these regional differences has become increasingly important as magical communities become more internationally connected and collaborative. As you imagine, the endless cycle of these magical transformations flowing through every stream, lake, and hidden spring, each season bringing its own gifts and possibilities to the waters that connect all magical communities to the fundamental forces of creation and renewal. Consider this question. If you could experience the full cycle of seasonal water magic in one perfect year, learning the deepest secrets that each season offers to those patient enough to listen to their flowing wisdom, which seasonal transformation would you most hope to understand completely, and how might that knowledge change your relationship with the magical world around you? Chapter 12. The Future of Water Magic in the Wizarding World. As we stand at the threshold between ancient wisdom and unprecedented possibility, the future of water magic stretches before us like a vast ocean, reflecting both the accumulated knowledge of millennia and the infinite potential for discovery that awaits those bold enough to explore uncharted magical territories. Tonight, in our final journey together through the realm of magical waters, we peer into the currents of tomorrow, envisioning how the timeless principles of water magic will adapt, evolve, and flourish in the changing landscape of wizarding civilization. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a crystal-clear pool that seems to exist outside the normal flow of time, its waters reflecting not just the present moment, but glimpses of potential futures that shimmer and shift, like living dreams beneath the surface. This is no ordinary scrying pool, but a representation of the collective future of all magical waters, a convergence point where traditional knowledge meets innovative possibility, where ancient springs feed into streams of pure potential that will nourish magical communities for generations yet to come. The challenges facing modern water magic arise from the intersection of two powerful forces: the increasing complexity of contemporary wizarding society and the growing threats to the natural water systems that have sustained magical communities for thousands of years. As magical populations grow and magical technology becomes more sophisticated, the demand for pure, magically potent water sources continues to increase, while environmental pressures threaten to compromise the natural systems that produce these precious resources. The resolution of this tension will require innovative approaches that combine the deepest understanding of traditional water magic with revolutionary new techniques for conservation, enhancement, and sustainable utilization. Emerging research in magical hydrology suggests that the future of water magic lies not in exploiting natural water sources more intensively, but in developing symbiotic relationships with water systems that enhance their natural magical properties while supporting their ecological health. Advanced magical techniques currently under development by international teams of magical researchers promise to create regenerative water magic systems that actually strengthen natural water sources through use, rather than depleting them. These revolutionary approaches could transform water magic from a consumptive practice into a restorative one, ensuring that future generations inherit water magic systems even more powerful and abundant than those available today. The integration of water magic with modern magical transportation systems represents one of the most promising areas for future development, with experimental programs already demonstrating the feasibility of using magically enhanced water channels for high-speed magical travel that surpasses even the most advanced broomstick or portkey systems. These hydro-magical transport networks could revolutionize magical commerce and communication, while providing energy-efficient alternatives to magical methods that require significant personal magical energy expenditure. Early prototypes suggest that such systems could eventually connect magical communities across entire continents through networks of enchanted waterways that operate with unprecedented speed and reliability. Climate adaptation strategies for magical water systems are becoming increasingly crucial as changing weather patterns disrupt traditional seasonal cycles and alter the natural rhythms that have governed water magic for millennia. Forward-thinking magical communities are developing adaptive water magic systems that can maintain their effectiveness despite altered precipitation patterns, shifted seasonal timing, and other climate-related changes. These adaptive systems incorporate sophisticated monitoring enchantments that automatically adjust magical water treatments to compensate for environmental changes, ensuring that water magic remains effective even as natural conditions continue to evolve. The emergence of entirely new applications for water magic in magical technology promises to transform many aspects of wizarding life, from magical communication systems that use water-based resonance networks to magical computing devices that utilize the information storage properties of specially prepared crystalline water structures. These technological applications of water magic could eventually lead to magical infrastructure systems that rival or exceed the capabilities of Muggle technology, while remaining fully integrated with natural magical forces and traditional magical practices. Educational innovation in water magic instruction reflects growing recognition that future magical practitioners will need more sophisticated understanding of water magic principles to navigate the complex challenges and opportunities of tomorrow's magical world. Advanced magical institutions are developing comprehensive programs that combine traditional water magic knowledge with cutting-edge research in magical ecology, supernatural hydrology, and interdisciplinary magical theory. These programs prepare students not just to use existing water magic techniques, but to innovate and adapt water magic practices to meet challenges that have not yet been imagined. International cooperation in water magic development has reached unprecedented levels as magical communities worldwide recognize that many of the challenges facing water magic transcend national boundaries and require coordinated global responses. The newly established International Council for Magical Water Preservation coordinates research, shares technological innovations, and develops standards for sustainable water magic practices that protect both magical effectiveness and environmental health. This unprecedented level of cooperation suggests a future where water magic development serves not just individual magical communities, but the global magical ecosystem as a whole. The philosophical evolution of water magic practice reflects broader changes in how magical communities understand their relationship with natural forces and their responsibilities toward future generations. Emerging approaches to water magic emphasize partnership rather than domination, viewing magical practitioners as stewards of water magic systems rather than merely users of magical resources. This philosophical shift is producing new forms of water magic that enhance natural systems while providing magical benefits, creating positive feedback loops that strengthen both magical and ecological networks. Biotechnological applications of water magic are opening entirely new frontiers for magical healing, with researchers developing water-based delivery systems for magical healing agents that can target specific tissues or magical pathways with unprecedented precision. These advances could eventually make possible magical medical treatments that address genetic magical disorders, restore lost magical abilities, and enhance natural magical resistance to dark magic influences. The integration of water magic with magical biotechnology promises to revolutionize magical medicine while maintaining the holistic, natural approaches that have always characterized the best magical healing practices. Conservation technology for magical water systems is advancing rapidly as magical engineers develop increasingly sophisticated methods for protecting natural water sources from both magical and mundane threats. Advanced protective enchantments now under development could create self-defending water systems that automatically neutralize pollutants, repair damaged magical properties, and maintain optimal magical potency regardless of external pressures. These conservation technologies could ensure that even water sources in heavily threatened environments continue to provide magical benefits for generations to come. The democratization of water magic knowledge through improved magical education and information sharing promises to make advanced water magic techniques available to broader segments of the magical population, reducing inequality in access to magical resources while encouraging innovation from previously underrepresented magical communities. Digital magical libraries and enhanced communication systems are making traditional water magic knowledge more accessible while creating platforms for sharing new discoveries and innovations. This democratization could accelerate the pace of water magic development while ensuring that advances benefit all members of the magical community. Space exploration applications of water magic are beginning to capture the imagination of magical researchers as wizarding society contemplates the possibility of extending magical civilization beyond Earth. Water's fundamental role in magical systems makes the development of space-compatible water magic essential for any future magical space exploration or colonization efforts. Preliminary research suggests that magically enhanced water could serve crucial roles in maintaining magical fields in space environments, supporting magical life support systems, and providing magical connections between Earth-based and space-based magical communities. Artificial intelligence integration with water magic systems represents a frontier that could transform how magical communities manage and optimize their water resources. Magical artificial intelligence systems could monitor water magic networks in real time, predict optimal timing for water collection and treatment, and automatically adjust magical water systems to maintain peak performance. These intelligent systems could also identify previously unknown patterns in water magic behavior, leading to discoveries that advance fundamental understanding of magical principles. Generational knowledge transfer in water magic faces both challenges and opportunities, as traditional knowledge holders work to pass their expertise to younger practitioners who may have different perspectives and priorities than previous generations. Innovative mentorship programs are developing new approaches to knowledge transfer that respect traditional wisdom while encouraging innovation and adaptation. These programs ensure that ancient water magic knowledge remains vital and relevant, while empowering new generations to contribute their own discoveries and improvements. The potential for water magic to contribute to solving broader global challenges extends beyond the magical community to encompass possible applications in environmental restoration, climate adaptation, and sustainable development that could benefit both magical and non-magical populations. As understanding of water magic principles becomes more sophisticated, magical communities may find opportunities to use their knowledge in ways that serve the broader global community while maintaining the secrecy requirements that protect magical society. Artistic and cultural applications of water magic continue to evolve as creative magical practitioners explore new ways to incorporate water magic into entertainment, education, and cultural expression. Future developments in magical arts could produce water-based magical entertainment systems, educational tools that use water magic to enhance learning, and cultural celebration technologies that transform traditional festivals and ceremonies. These applications could enrich magical culture while creating new opportunities for sharing magical knowledge and building community connections. Research methodologies for studying water magic are becoming increasingly sophisticated as magical researchers develop new instruments, experimental techniques, and theoretical frameworks for understanding the complex interactions between water magic and consciousness. These advances in research methodology promise to accelerate the pace of discovery while ensuring that new knowledge builds systematically on previous understanding. Future breakthroughs in water magic may emerge from research approaches that are only now being developed. The integration of traditional and innovative approaches to water magic represents perhaps the greatest opportunity for future development, as magical communities learn to honor ancient wisdom while embracing beneficial innovations. The most successful future water magic systems will likely combine time-tested traditional techniques with carefully selected modern innovations, creating hybrid approaches that maximize both effectiveness and sustainability. This integration requires careful balance and deep understanding of both traditional principles and innovative possibilities. As our journey through the magical properties of rivers and lakes draws to its close, and you imagine the infinite streams of possibility flowing toward futures we can barely glimpse, carrying with them the hopes and dreams of magical communities yet to come, consider this final question. If you could contribute one innovation to the future of water magic that would benefit magical communities for generations to come, what gift would you offer to the flowing streams of tomorrow? And how might your contribution help ensure that the ancient wisdom of water magic continues to flourish in whatever futures await the wizarding world?